Alrighty then. Looks like everything's good. I think the stream is on in the right place. It is. Sorry we're a little late today, but we really didn't have a choice. But now we're looking at trying to improve some of our gear. We we made it through to empowered monos last night. But the real big problem here is that empowered monos are like more difficult than even the bosses of these monos, just the regular enemies are. And I'm just not quite powerful enough. Oh wow, the Harbinger's victim is just right here. I've already empowered this once. Like we're getting some interesting stuff. Hey, that's a tier 7 warpath. That's not really interesting to me, but I probably will go ahead and use some removals on that. So let's just go ahead and empower this one more time. I'm not really in very much danger here in the unempowered monos. I am a pretty high level, level 80. A lot of people start doing empowered monos even before I'm at right now. Those people are the kind of people who are willing to care about any of that. Those are the kind of people who are willing to like dodge stuff and be good at the game. I am not capable or willing to be good at this game. So yeah, we're just gonna pick up some stuff. I cleaned out my stash a little bit last night, so we should have a good clean stash for the day. We can just get in here. I'm finding some stuffs. Got my loot filter kind of sorted, and mostly I'm just looking to find. Really need a new belt. Really need new shoes. I think if I can find those two things, then maybe we can actually get through some empowered monolith stuff. Maybe not keep just getting our asses handed to. First time we go into empowered monos on a character. Finally, just one. So these blue things are things that have at least one tier 4 affix of stuff that I want shards for. I mostly have the shards for all of those, so I honestly might even turn that off. Because I just have a lot of shards, and I don't want to keep filling up my inventories stuff with things that I don't really need shards for, at least not for a little while. So we'll see. The build is playing pretty well right now. We've got a nice 363% chance to ignite. We've got a 300 to 300 damage per ignite. All going fairly well. We definitely have the ability to improve that. A lot of our gear doesn't have its prefix ignite stacks or ignite stats, fire damage stats. So I don't think we're going to have a problem moving into some more difficult content. We might have a little trouble with some of the really high tier corruption, but in order to fight old fucknuts, Uber Aberoth, I think we only have to get to 500 corruption. So I think we'll be okay with that. I think we can get there. It's gonna be tough, but I think we can get there. Hey, what's up, Drat? Awesome, awesome. Thanks for stopping by. Talking to myself today. Yeah, we're just gonna be cruising right along here. Yeah, I managed to get into empowered monos yesterday. I beat one of the bosses and one of the harbingers. So we can go to empowered monos. I haven't gone yet because I still need to place my belt in my boots. I was kind of getting my butt kicked in the one mono that I did. I don't want to lose my characters. So we're just gonna take it slow. Take it real slow. Gotta go back this way apparently. Go whatever this thing is. But we're definitely, I mean, we're getting up to like 200 ignites pretty consistently on the higher tier enemies. So I'm pretty happy with that. We can get our ignite damage up a little. That'll be great. I really want to get a bleeding heart so that I can get a little regen, a little life leech from my ignites. I think that'll be great. And I need to redo a ring that has my reduction because I got a decent ring yesterday for DP. And I just kind of went with it. Took the mana. This ring is just much, much better all around than the mana ring that I had. So I'm also a little short on some of my stuff there. It's fine. What is this sash? Lightning damage, increased minion damage, throwing damage. None of that's really going to help. Cold damage, critical strike chance, armor shred. I'm going to pick this up. We're not probably going to use it. And then, yeah, tier 7 plus 4 to Warpath. We're going to pick that up and we're going to go ahead and get. Where is this other? Must be down. We also really need to change this weapon. There's a two-handed mace, so I did switch to Forge Guard last night. The reason I switched to Forge Guard is just because, honestly, the defensive values on Forge Guard are too important. You know, we're starting off at almost 60% armor, just basic, but then when I get hit and when I block, I start to gain a lot more armor. So my defensive capabilities just kind of increase as the fight progresses, and a lot of that has to do with Forge Guard. Yeah, they're looking great, Drat, absolutely. I'm loving the Ignite stacks. We definitely need to get quite a bit more. This is probably where we need to be at for early corruption, but we're definitely not prepared to be pushing corruption, which is really too bad. We're gonna get there. We're gonna make it. Things are moving. I'm really liking the build. I'm really liking this character. My armor actually has some interesting stuff going on with it now. I got huge huge amounts of my void and necrotic damage taken as physical. I think necrotic damage is primarily what the Weaver does, and void is primarily what Aberoth and the Harbingers do. So I actually think it's going to end up being really good for some of the more difficult content in this game. So I'm pretty happy about it. Just cruising here. I like killing things that I'm significantly stronger than. Because I switched to Forge Guard, I should be able to get almost 200% ignite chance just on my weapon, which will significantly increase output here. Should also be able to get a huge amount of fire damage. So, because Forge Guard allows you to use a two-handed weapon in one hand with a shield, I think that's actually better for Ignite than using whatchamacallit, Paladin, and getting its big bonus at the end. Now, of course, with Paladin, you could still use a two-handed weapon, get those bonus ignites, but you can't do that and get all of your block chance and stuff like that from your shield and get. So I think as far as this stuff is concerned, the best thing is just going to be to go ahead and be. Yeah, see, here we go. A tier 7 bleed chance is 199%, up to 208. So I should be able to get that same percentage damage. Percentage ignite chance. So if I can get two of those mods, right, one for ignite chance, one for fire damage, sitting very happy. Now, this build is a little difficult down here in these tomes because the walls in these tomes actually destroy my hammers. Not every impediment destroys hammers, so when you're out in the open world, usually you can keep the big hammer radius going. But the hammers are getting destroyed by some of these walls that they're running. And so it does actually limit some of my DPS potential as well as my duration of my DPS because I can't move around and get my hammers to hit. I have to keep summoning more hammers. That wasn't really a problem when I had the mana reduction or the mana cost reduction. Took that off to change into this more damage focused, better affixes on it. My old ring didn't have really any defensive stats or any block chance of that. I'm pretty happy with it. I have a much better base. But I'm gonna have to. I do have the. They're hard. I do have the forging potential or the legendary potential. There you go. Legendary potential on my unique ring. So I'll probably try and add that to the ring. that's causing me to auto-cast sigils. Auto-casting the sigils is pretty important to me.
Skoski says guess who is in the house, the smiley face emoji, guy that's who, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, winking face emoji, hey hermit and chat smile.
What's up, Ski? How are you today? Doing fantastic. Just cruising through, killing some stuff, trying to level up and get some better gear so I can move on a little. Oh yeah, how'd you like it? Well, that's good. Glad you liked it. Maybe I'll give it a try. Actually, let's go. I don't think I have anything that I want there. Let's look at idols. Go. Word decay. Well, that's not useful at all. Why you gotta be useless? It was the first game I showed how to play, so yeah, good time for us. Heck yeah, that's awesome. That's real awesome. Here's Odachi of Stillness. Kill everyone. Probably my favorite thing about the hammers is actually the smite. Love the hammers going through and smiting things. Watching all the smites rain down from the sky, it gives the skill just much more impact. Just having a bunch of whirly hammers doesn't feel terribly impactful. You know, they make the nice little smack sound or whatever when they hit, but it just doesn't quite have the oomph. Then you throw some smites down in there, and even though they don't really make a sound, they really add to the power. Ooh. Hmm. I need to see if I have a non-legendary potential one of these. Actually, go ahead and go back. We're just not gonna get rid of that. Let's see if I have a non-legendary potential one of my rings. maybe we can put it in one of those and replace it. Get some goodness out of it. None of them there. There. I could have sworn I had more than one of these rings. I wonder where the other one went. Really bad about keeping my stuff organized. Yo, what's up, Gravy? How are you? What a bummer. Hmm. Grinding through the main quest. Nice. What level did you finally get to? Said you were going to try and get level 20 yesterday. Did you make it? '22. Nice. Getting it. Getting it. But mana's going down way too fast. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. Gotta get you some mana gain. In a region for the win. Gotta get some stuff that reduces mana cost too. Big deal. There are lots of things that will reduce spellcast cost or that will reduce skill cost. A lot of the skills themselves have cost reduction in their tree. You're using the spin to win, right? If you go just down and right on the skill tree, that first node will reduce the cost of the spin. I will show you. Go to Warpath, this node right here. Channel cost -2 per point. That's a mana cost reduction. And then here, this one gives channel cost -6, but it also reduces your elemental resistances by 30%. So you'll have to get 30% more elemental resistances to cap out if you use that node. But if you're not using any of the nodes that increase mana cost, then you shouldn't need that -6. You should just need the one above it. Of course, it takes less points to get, you know, that -6. So maybe if you want to use more points in your skill tree, you might want to take that -6. Oh, you clicking all the buttons. Clicking all the buttons. Yeah, Erasing Strike is an extremely popular build right now. Extremely popular, for sure. Actually, let's go over here. I want to pull this out. I want to have a little peek-see at it. It's already got elemental damage. I don't want this critical strike chance. But we've got this tier 7 ignite. So if we look over here, yeah, that has no ignite chance. It has a little bit of fire damage over time. So we could definitely improve. We already have spreading flames now to leave on our smite, so we don't need spreading flames here anymore. More fire damage is a pretty big deal, but if I can get some fire damage on here. Fire penetration, that's nice. So this will probably be what we add. And then we're going to try and turn that into fire damage. Damage over time. Oh, that's perfect. Oh my god, this wand is about to be ballin' out of control. Fire pen, minion fire pen. Alright, so we have 7% fire penetration. This is going to change so much for us here. So we've got 365% ignite chance, 315% or 315 ignite damage. Boom, we go up to 456% ignite chance at 365 ignite damage. Which is big ol' booyah. Big ol' booyah. We about to hit so hard. I still don't get the +7 melee void damage and 13% increased void damage. Tried going to the character screen to understand. So if it's giving you a base number, right, +7 to melee damage, then that gets applied to your base before your percent increases. So you always do addition before percent. So let's say your void damage is normally 10. 13% of 10 is 1 point. So if you only have your base of 10, then you're only going to go up to 11.3 damage when you get that 13% increase. But if you also have a +7, then that 13% now means a little over 2 damage. So if you get a bunch of plus damages, and then you throw a bunch of percents on top of those, then all of those base damage modifiers, those plus damages, also the same is true of plus health, the same is true of plus armor, all of that stuff. So you get all those pluses so that those percents end up doing more damage. actually think I'm triggering smite too quickly. I need to take one of my smites off. One of my smite idols, and just put some ignite and fire damage on them instead. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we almost hit 300. Tapped out at 290 ignites on this dude. That's crazy. That's real crazy. Yeah, things are really kind of coming together here. Now we really need to get a two-hander. All this ignite and damage over time. Then it could be even better. I don't have anything to replace that with. Couldn't just banish that. Two different weapons, one with plus and the other with percent. How can I calculate, I guess, so that the character screen under void, it's written 43% of that damage. So if you want to know which one of your weapons is doing better, if you look down here on your skill bar, it tells you an estimation of the damage that your skill is going to do. So just look at your skill and change the weapons, because you can open up your inventory while you do this. And then just change the weapons and see what it looks like. Now, if you're doing, if you're just straight up doing damage, this works well. If you're doing condition damage like me, then you'll just want to come in here and look at this stuff and see which one is ultimately increasing your value more here.
I cannot do that.
Yes, yes I am. Oh, fuck me. Every gosh dang time, gravy. We have so much ignite chance though, and over 400 damage per ignite when we get things going. This is so good. We are gonna be cruising through some content now. Our damage has gone up by like... I don't know, 20% since we started. We've only been playing for 30 minutes. Boosted our damage by about 20%. We need a little more elemental, a little more poison and necrotic resist. Although honestly, those values aren't terrible. I can live with those values. Yeah, I'm a dum-dum, Gravy. Do that a lot. I'm glad that y'all have started to recognize when I'm doing it, though, and help me out.
I cannot do that.
Two-handed sword, +1 to all skills, leech rate, damage taken while leeching, increased damage. I don't actually need this sword, but whatever, we'll take it. Cut my life into pizza. This is my plastic fork. Oh yeah. Come here, Caledon the Needler. Run away from me. Don't you run away from me. Increase throwing attack speed. I just get some random unique gloves on right now. They actually are pretty good. I'd probably like a pair with some legendary potential so I can really get in there. So I'm pretty sure it's been like days since the last time somebody actually defeated Uber Avaroth on Hardcore Solo Self-Found. It was either one or two people have done it so far. I don't think anybody else has since then. Did you keep trying to cast with no mana and it's telling you go after yourself? I cannot do that. A Scepter of Brutality. Void Amalgamation. See how many fire stacks we can get on you. There's 300. We broke 300, boys and girls. So good at this game.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
As soon as I get my mana reduction again, I'm gonna be maintaining 300. Which is gonna be outrageous. Outrageous and great. Sure, let's re-roll some rewards. Just see what happens. Digga 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 da. Digga da da digga digga da. Digga da da digga digga da. Digga da da digga digga da. Da digga digga da.
Stand down or die.
Slay enemies to locate the Vessel of Chaos. Maybe. Maybe that'll be a good belt. Maybe I can do something with it. We gon' see. I just hit level 80? I did just hit level 80. What is up?
I cannot.
So far I see Forge Guard is the least favorite one. Why is that? Because it usually does the least damage. And people in ARPGs are all about damage because they don't like long protracted fights. Because if a fight takes a long time, then there are more opportunities for you to make a mistake, to miss a dodge or something like that and get hit by a move that's just going to kill you in one hit. So there's nothing you can really do about it. So people don't like them. I don't think I need any of this stuff. Banish that dude. What was this? Sanctum key. But I think Forge Guard is great. People also discounted Forge Guard's new like special passive node, where they can get that whole thing where they can use a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. And I think people have really, really underestimated the value of that as well, because blocking is such a huge boon for defenses, and it really opens up a lot of interesting build ideas, because there are some sets that require a shield and some sets that require two-handed weapons, like the Sunforge set, which I'm thinking of using some of the pieces for. The Sunforge set is primarily focused on creating forged weapons, but it gives boosts to fire damage and ignite chance and stuff like that based on how many forged weapons you have out. And so I'm thinking about trying to use some of the special affix shards that you can get from the sets now on a two-handed mace and a body armor and a helmet. But then there are also like some shield bonuses from some sets that could be interesting that I might be able to get because I can use both of these. But either way, I get to use a shield with a two-handed weapon. It means I can get super large stats on my two-handed weapon that I normally wouldn't be able to get with a one-handed weapon and shield. And I honestly think that's even better than some of the new Paladin stuff for Ignite, which is why I made the switch over, and I'm very happy about it. I think I'm going to be way more tanky. I think I'm going to do just as much, if not more damage.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Skoski says, oh baby, 8 minutes until my 2 double cheeseburgers and 2 fries get dropped off. I am starving. Smiley face emoji, 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 smiley face emoji.
Yo, that's how you get it done right there. Don't get a huge burger, just get double fries. It's been like over a year since I've had like some McDonald's fries. Sounds delicious. I don't really eat fast food anymore because, you know, that shit's gross and it'll kill you. But God, is it deliciously disgusting.
Stand down.
I'm a little bit jelly right now, Ski.
I cannot do that.
Bit jelly.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Good for you. It's good to have treat days. Pick these up, why not? Like the Popeyes fries I get here, McDonald's fries always soggy. Ooh, gross. Definitely want the crispy fries. Gotta have a little crunch in them. Alright, we need some more HP. That right there. And we're gonna need to see about this belt. Right? Don't need the void resistance. So that really needs to change. I don't need poison damage. It's a little bit of a waste to use this Rune of Redemption to change this to a different exalted affix. So actually what we might do, might go ahead and use this Glyph of Envy. Change everything about this belt, because I don't actually even like that belt base. So let's do that, and while we do that, let's go ahead and put fire damage on this belt. Oh no, Ski. Actually, I think elemental damage over time has a higher value. Yeah, we got elemental resistance, which maxes out our resistance there. What do we have on here? Health, Fizz Res. Don't need the Fizz Res here. We don't need endurance threshold, so let's try changing this. Don't need cold res because we have Ellie res. Don't need fire res, but that's fine, I guess. And let's try changing that one into something useful. Okay, so none of that is actually useful. We're just gonna shatter that bad boy. And honestly, let's just... No belts, okay. Hate my life. Just want belt. I don't even have a belt. See? Beltless. I love killing these big beetles. They take damage so well. There's like, here, please hit me a bajillion times with your hammers. Play enemies to locate the unstable. I cannot do that. Now you've got it stuck in my head, Gravy. Why you do this? $29. Hey, there you go. I like star crumbs. Star crumbs are delicious. So, something happened in Once Human. Maybe y'all can help me understand what's going on. I was looking at Reddit earlier today while I was waiting for this game to come off of maintenance. And there was some mention of expansion packs for the existing cosmetics packs for structures, because I guess they just added in a bunch of structures, like mirror structures, so that you could have like ladders that go up, spiral staircases that go up in the opposite direction and stuff. And instead of just adding the cosmetics to those, they created some sort of like cosmetics expansion packs. So you basically had to rebuy your existing cosmetic packs for the new structures that they put out. Is this true? Does anybody know? The Exterminator. Exterminator got exterminated. Maybe I'll talk to Dread about it. Ooh. That's a lot of health gained on block. Goodness gracious. Might be worth it to lose some of that extra block effectiveness. To gain 5% block chance, yeah. As long as I can put block chance on this, we might be rocking and rolling with that. I will be really, really sad if they make you buy your cosmetic packs basically a second time because of the new structures they put in. It might be enough to make me never play the game again. Because that is extraordinarily scummy. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have no way of, or I guess I do have a way of verifying it. I could go check. Um,
Cannot do that.
but that's not no bueno. That's no bueno. I mean, the problem there is that I think they're kind of relying on the sunk cost fallacy in this point, which is, those people have already spent that money on their existing cosmetics. And so, like, they're not going to quit the game because they have this money invested in their cosmetics. And then they want to have the continuity of having the same sort of type of cosmetics across their entire build. And so my worry is that they've kind of trapped people now, and that people are going to be hard pressed to leave, to just get rid of the game. Now let's see, did these get anything good? Ward Decay Threshold. So this is a good idol. It's not something I'm going to use, but maybe I'll use it in a future build. So let's go ahead and re-enchant that. Yeah, those are just idols. Now that I'm picking up more stuff because I've got everything like sorted, because I've got you can use auto sort. So whenever I put stuff into the bank, it automatically goes into the tab that it's supposed to go into without me having to switch to that tab, which is super great. I'm so glad that they added that. It just makes it so that I feel much more comfortable picking up lots more stuff. See, so here was what I was talking about, though. If this spear had some different stuff, tier 6 gives me up to 157% increased ignite chance. So if this was a different skill, because I've got all these bonuses that I like here, but if I had all of these same bonuses on this, then I could put this on and have way better stuff. I don't think I need... Don't need any of that there. Ooh, 377 ignites on that dude. What's up? New Predator movie. I haven't watched any of the Predator movies since the original ones with, was it Danny Glover, maybe? Was he in the second one? Yeah, he had Arnold in the first one, and then I think it was Danny Glover in the second. Whoever that dude was from Lethal Weapon. I think his name's Danny. Could be wrong, though. That was the last time I watched a Predator movie. I've never watched any of the Predator versus Aliens. I've never really done any of that. Alright, let's see what we can do to this shield here. Don't need Void Resist. Do need a little Poison Resist. What does this have? Against shock attackers and armor. So the two suffixes on this one aren't terribly important. So, health gain. Let's see. Can I seal that off? Give me the tier 4 seal. Oh. Oh, baby, that's so good. Okay. Okay. So that's going to max our poison. So let's get some elemental. Or all resistances. Let's get some all resistances so we can really just cap this bad boy out. And then on here, we're going to want to do block chance. So that's all resistances plus 8. I've only got 8 forging potential left. So we're going to try and get this block chance up as much as we can. 4% on the block chance. We've got 8% block chance instead of 11. So we're ultimately, yeah, have a good time there, Gravy. Have a good time. Enjoy. That's a pretty killer shield right there. Lose a significant amount of block effectiveness. Yeah, we go from, well, 61% down to 49. That's actually pretty significant. But we max out or almost max out all of our resists here. And we gain that 61 health on block, which I honestly think is worth more than some of that other stuff. We'll see, though. Pretty big deal. Be able to do that.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Okay. Yeah, this feels really great. I definitely think we're going to move back into our empowered monoliths now.
Cannot do that.
I still want to get a new belt, and I still want to get a new boot. But I can now focus very much on just making those, like, health-based, stuff like that, which I think is going to be really big. Health and movement speed based. I've got some pretty slow movement speed. So I'm kind of just juggernauting it through the world right now. Just slow, steady rumbling through. Pulling out my hammers. Blowing shit up.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
We might go ahead and try and do the dungeon. Go ahead and try and get that ring with 1 LP. to where it's got my
Cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
where it's got my reduced cost of throwing skills, reduced mana cost of throwing skills. I think that's probably a good idea. Definitely want to do that. So many ignites. Doing so much freaking damage. Blowing up the bad guys. Okay. Done with the mission here. It does still seem like some bad things can happen. Elemental resistance while channeling. Ward on hit when channeling. Increased lightning damage. That's not terrible. So let's go see. About the temporal sanctum. I can definitely clear the first one. No problem, good to go. I am, however, a little bit worried about clearing the second one. Let's see if we've got some things. Let's go into our general, go into our LP uniques. Let's see if there's anything in here that I might like to just throw something at, see if it sticks. I actually think that probably I can take this shield that I was using. That's got two good, right? That block chance and that block effectiveness could both be really good on this shield throw. No, probably wouldn't be that great on that one. What about some of these other shields? I don't actually really like any of those. Doesn't look like I have anything really to put. Hmm. This ring I'm definitely going to use to try and get on here, but I want to do that on the tier 2 because apparently you have to be doing tier 2 to get to choose. So we're going to do that way. Here's an increased elemental damage on a necklace. If I had a, uh, one of the necklaces that gives you the regen or the lifesteal, I might do that. I don't really feel like I have anything that I really want to be adding to stuff here. You know what? I think we just clear it for the sake of clearing it and don't even use it. I think that's probably what's going to happen here. We get a lot of portal charms too, so I'm not even going to worry about going in there. Let's just go to the boss, get this done, and then we'll beat tier 2. We'll get our ring. We'll just be happy campers. Oh, I fucked it. Oh, I can eat that. Okay. Ooh, I don't have the skill that you're supposed to use in here active on my hotbar, so I just straight up can't teleport out when she does that. So thankfully, apparently, I can just eat that on tier 1 right now. Ooh, thank God that's not an automatic death. Oh, that was terrifying. What a mistake. Oh my goodness. I did just pick up some stuff here. Let's see. Do I have an LP helmet? Not one that I actually want. What about this dagger? Lightning blast on crit, all resistances. Okay, so this seems to be a crit. This is chance to... let's upgrade this critical chance. Change that into something else, preferably lightning. Nope. Then let's reroll this into something. Preferably some sort of lightning damage or something. No. Okay. Well, I don't actually care about this dagger at all. But I do want to make use of my stuff here. So let's go into settings. We got to change our keys here. And we are going to change use dungeon ability to spacebar because I never actually use my evade. There we go. Put that in there with that. Heal the old cache. Teleport back. Pick up our new item. Melee critical strike chance and melee fire damage. So nothing really useful at all there, but that's fine. Wasn't planning on it being useful. I just wanted to use it. Okay, now we go back to the beginning of the Temporal Sanctum. We should be able to do Tier 2 of the Temporal Sanctum now. Which means we're probably gonna die. That's what that means. Level 80. So this one's level 55. This one's level 80. Vaulted amulets. Okay. Yeah, we're totally gonna die doing this. In case anybody was even slightly wondering, definitely.
Cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. Cannot do that. Cannot do that. Cannot do that.
Holy crap, we didn't die. I feel so good at this game right now.
Skoski says yeah, you do not totally suck as you did not die. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley
no.
face emoji,
Level
smiley
99
face
druid
emoji.
died. That's right, I do not totally suck. Which I gotta admit, I wasn't expecting. Alright, guaranteed affix. We want E6 throwing on the ring. For sure. Dash. Teleporto. Yeah. Booyah. Now everything will be even better. Ooh, okay, so we're going back to the end of, or to the empowered monoliths now. We basically have maxed out res. We get a little short on lightning here. We've got pretty decent hit points. I'd like to have some more, but we're pretty decent. We've got lots of armor mitigation. We got lots of block chance. We got lots of block effectiveness. Um, so I'm feeling pretty comfortable with where we're at. We're going to go into a zone here. We're just going to take a little peek-see at how bad we are. This will actually be a good indicator, I think. I don't see anything really useful in here. That's already got a legendary potential, so I can't use that. But we're going to go ahead, we're going to challenge this dude. Because these guys, I have a pretty good idea of about how difficult they are. How much they can do to me. This is just the tier 1, right? We didn't empower this one at all, so it's supposed to be fairly easy. But that felt pretty good. I feel pretty happy about that. So I think we're going to be fine. Enemies definitely take a little more to kill here. That's not so much an issue, right? I got plenty of mana now. I can pretty much just keep throwing hammers permanently.
Stand down.
Definitely feels like we're going places here. So, a belt and a pair of shoes are really going to go a long way for us. Ambushed by a phoenix. Phoenix that hurts a lot. Okay. Not sure what I'm supposed to do about that. There's been a lot of talk about this game being too easy lately. And I totally agree that getting 2 empowered monoliths is fairly simple, right? I'm pretty bad at video games. But especially in empowered monoliths, and especially in hardcore, um, this game is not easy. I constantly feel like I'm about to die. I am not good enough to stop that from happening. Like this right here, super simple, right? I'm just massacring these little enemies. Then I'll get to some boss or something here in a little bit, and I'll just get the shiznit kicked out of me. There won't be any freaking thing I can do about it.
Stand down or die.
actually think I need to change these skills. I'm gonna have to start actively casting my shield skill more. I'm gonna move it to W. We're gonna have to start actually keeping these shields up. Look at how much stronger these just plain enemies are. Now the goal really needs to be to get up some levels. That's how I'm going to get a lot more of my upcoming health. I've got a lot of good points to put into some health nodes, which is going to be great. I'm going to get some more of my DPS. Not a ton more of my DPS, but a little more. So we definitely need to be pushing some levels here. That's going to matter. And we need to fix a couple of our gears here. We're just going to challenge this one. Just see what we get. I still only hear cocaine miasma whenever this dude talks. It's so weird to go from just shit stomping everything to terrified of basic enemies. So insane. Go up here and get these idols, I think. Maybe I can get some better idols. I have good idols, but they can get better. Ooh, this is gonna be bad. Alright, I'm about to lure out an ambush here. Oh, it's the Phoenix. So I don't have to be totally terrified and running until right now. I've used up my sigils. So I need to at least have my sigils back. Which I do now, before continuing this fight, and if they get used again, then we have to run away again. And they did, and so we're going to run away. And hey, we got it that time. Okay, so the really important... this build... Ooh, you're the one that I want. Yes, please. Got my legendary amulet. Perfect. That does hurt my poison and a little bit of my chance to ignite my damage over time. So let's see. We add this in. We're losing about 20% chance to ignite and about 20 damage per ignite. But we are gaining 5% damage least as health, which should include our ignite damage. We've been playing this whole time without this. This is a huge part of the survivability of dot build, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to take it in. We're going to try it out. Just see for ourselves if this is actually going to add another layer of defense. I watched some videos on some ignites, and this seemed to be one of the things that they were using and that was pretty bog standard, but not 100%. So we'll have to fight like a much stronger enemy to see if it's actually doing anything, because I don't get any little indicators of whether or not I have leech happening or anything like that. Maybe I'd like to see something, because each instance of leech, right, each hit is its own instance of leech, and then when you fill up and you max out your HP, then all of your instances of leech drop off. And so maybe if I just even had like a leech counter, could kind of use that to gauge exactly what it was triggering my leeches. That guy almost nuked me down. Let's fudge out of there a little bit. We're in a bad position here. We have our sigils back, which is good, but they're getting used. We're leaving if I can find a spot. Oh. Gosh, I'm only at 100 corruption. This is awful. I mean, I guess I lost a little lightning and stuff. I guess that enemy was a lightning enemy. Maybe that's why it hit me so hard, right? Because I'm down about 13%. Maybe I just need to do something about that. Definitely don't need the physical resistance here. We got a lot of void and necrotic here. I don't need the void. I do need the necrotic. But I could totally get away with taking all that void off. So I really need a new pair of boots. And I really need a new belt. And we do? Nope, everything's all full here. Fill up these resists. Get some more HP, right? These boots don't really have anything. This belt doesn't really have shit for health. These have got to get adjusted here. That belt has almost no value for me. This is how desperate I am. I'm just going to re-roll this. If it gives me 2 healths, it does not. Oh. Let's go into our filter. Let's add a rule. Let's recolor to pink. Item type. Accessory. Oh, armor. Belt. Subtypes. Let's do all the armor belts. Minion damage. So minions are things like zombies, but they are also things like um, your hammers. My shields right here are technically minions. So that's just giving bonus damage to your minions only. Minion damage and your damage are separate. So if you are going to do a minion build, you do have to tier up the minions' damage separate from your own. Minion builds are pretty complicated because they require a whole different set of substats that you normally wouldn't use. Yeah, no. I think that's a good idea, Gravy. So we're going in here. Going to recolor to pink. We want armor, we want belts, we want boots. Okay. Take off the boots. We'll just do the belt so that we can add the subclasses. We want maybe these, because that'll give us our poison resist, so we don't have to even put anything into poison resist. Do armor. Then we'll do next tier down of armor also. Confirm. And we'll add a condition. We want affixes. We want health. Added health, increased health, confirm. At least 2 of those. Add condition. And we're going to add another rule. We're going to recolor to the same pink. We're going to add a condition for item type. We want boots. We want certain types of boots. Let's see, Citadel boots for sure. These these. Let's do these. Alright, just some higher tier types of boots. Confirm. We're going to want to add a condition. Add affixes. Again, we want added health, increased health, hybrid health. Confirm. We'll take any with just one of those, because I can add, a resistance stat or something on there. One second, I'll be right back. All right, we back. Let's go in here. Let's go. Let's go back in there. Oh, no, I don't want to go back in there. We might actually go backwards to the easier monoliths again. Pushing monoliths is so hard. I have like a really solid thing going on right now, but it's just not quite enough.
Stand down. Die.
Okay. Okay. Things are going all right. slay Architect Lee. Is Architect Lee? He's a jumpy little fucker.
Stand down or die.
Get some HP on him too. Seems like he's gonna be pretty killable. I don't like these characters with the smaller models. They just don't take damage very well from my hammers. They just don't get the hits. I'm barely able to get him up to like 200 ignites when I can get over 300 on a lot of other enemies. Really cuts my DPS down.
I cannot do that.
Fairly simple boss though.
I cannot do that.
Just chip him away. It's nice that he keeps summoning those little constructs, like right at the edge of my hammer range. All my hammers just nuke him down real fast. It's very
I cannot do that.
convenient.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
You fool! Lagan is unpredictable. I was trying to protect everyone.
You know what? Let's take a look at these. Increase movement speed, necro resistance. I don't need necro resistance. These don't have a ton of foraging potential. We'll hit the reroll on it anyway. Nope. Nope. Definitely not. Okay. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. And we completed this. Alright. I hate the Covenants of Dominion. They're way too tanky and they do way too much damage. Hmm. Maybe. Let's throw those right in there. We got elemental resistance. Might actually be enough. It's +4, so we need more of that. So can we... Okay, well, I don't have the ability. No, can't even wear these. Never mind. Just gotta go charge my beacon here. I do love to really just be able to drive through void damages and stuff, though, because I have all of that maxed out stuff, and then I take 40 something percent of my void damage as physical, which I get even more bonus on my armor from. So, you know, void and necrotic damage are the things that I have absolutely the most defense against, which I think are important. I think I'll end up needing both of those more than anything else. And I think it's even worth it not to necessarily have some of the hit points that I would normally get on those stats. But they just don't quite cut the mustard. We'll need a whole lot of poison resist if I change those.
Stand down or die. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
All right. Good deal. Open up this chest over here. Bummer. Sure, let's get a random unique. Let's see what we can get here. Yeah, put me up against stuff that does fire damage. I can freaking defend against fire damage, dang. Except for that Phoenix. Don't put me up against that Phoenix. That thing is terrifying. Is definitely going to be what kills me one of these days. I seem to always get it, too. Like, right early when I get into empowered maps, the Phoenix is always around. My Great Wall, I can't progress beyond that point. It is so weird how some enemies can just absolutely destroy you, and then some other enemies of the exact same tier doing the exact same damage types are just laughable. Alright, we're clearing lots of enemies. Things are going semi-well. Hmm. But I know my talking has been pretty minimal so far, but I am having to focus way more than normal just to get through this stuff. That's probably going to be kind of the standard. Hopefully we can start upping my defenses and damages and stuff a little. We definitely need a little damage. Thought we were going to do okay. But I definitely think that I was right when I said that you need about 500% chance, 500 damage by the time you get into empowered monos. Really make a good go of it. Also going to need way more hit points. I need maybe about another 800 hit points. Not for empowered monos, but just that's... I think I'm going to need to end up having at least 2,600 to 3,000. I think that'll probably be okay. It might not quite be enough, but that's what we're going to shoot for. We have quite a few really strong layers of defense, so
Stand down or die.
I don't think this is the fire helm. I do need a fire helm. Fire damage helm instead of the void resist helm, because my void resist is fine. Like, I've got literally double max. So I definitely need to be losing some void resist. That helm is a great place to start. Helm that gives fire damage and some health. I don't think this one gives a lot of health. And I'm talking to myself. Because I had myself on mute.
I cannot do that.
Seal the ice gate.
Stand down or die.
Boy, that was scary. Way too many instances of damage. Nice, lots of idols. I really want to get like a maxed out chance to cast Smite plus health idol. I like this idol, but increased void damage over time does nothing for me. Ooh, you cheeky bugger. So, sort of the indicator for me of when I need to step back from a fight is always going to be triggering that big burst of HP and board that is activating my symbols of hope. Because it auto activates because of my ring, which I'm never taking off because that thing has literally saved this character like a dozen times already. And I mean, it happens every 18 seconds, right? Because that's how long the cooldown on my symbols is, which is fairly quickly. 18 seconds isn't anything to scoff at. The cooldown's now 11 seconds. Ow. Yeah, so I can get behind that 100%. Once every 11 seconds, getting basically a full heal with some bonus ward. Really nice. Boats. These actually aren't terrible. 55% of current mana gained is ward when you stop moving. I don't move a lot. And I do, like, jerky movements. Like, I'll go a little ways, and then I'll stop. It's got a 2-second cooldown. Honestly, this is actually probably a pretty good boot for me. Because I can just, sit here and cast for 2 seconds and then move. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of mana, so it wouldn't give me a ton of ward. So it probably wouldn't help very much. Still interesting. Let's see what we've got here. Kano's Champion. Increased elemental critical strike chance and chance to cast fire aura, don't care. Endurance, don't care. I've got quite a bit of forging potential. Let's re-roll some stuff and just see what happens. There's a fire damage. Lightning is the resistance that I'm missing. No health, though. Pretty dookie. Because this at least has some health. I mean, I'd take this off. Swap these and I lose over 100 health. A little less than 100 health. And it's already giving me damage, so I probably don't even gain. Yeah, no, I lose fire damage too. Yeah, didn't hit anything good on that, that's fine. The belt that I'm currently using has all the right stats. It just has them in abysmal tiers. I don't think it has anything over a tier 3, because I got it super early in the game. Crafted it up. Now I need to find something that's already got some tiers of some stuff that I... Maybe I should increase my search. Let's actually, yeah, go back to this. Go to belts. Take away all the subtypes. And then we'll do the same with the boots. We'll just take any boot. Oops. Because at this point, these things need to get changed. Need to max my resistances. I need to boost my HP. Really very badly.
Stand down or die. Yeah.
We got... Not bad. Lightning damage taken as physical. Night chance fire damage. Those are pretty low rolls though. Night chance shred armor is a good one, even if it's not for this build. I almost want to take these two out and put this in there. But I won't. Stupid diamond matron. I didn't realize that beam would continue after the diamond matron was dead. That almost turned bad. Oh, I'm having trouble moving. I was getting stunned or something in there pretty bad. That almost went sideways. Oh no, I found another diamond matron. It's almost dead. Let's try and nuke it before it casts that big old skill again. Oh, it casted it. Ooh. That was, exciting. Excited. Excited? I mean, not excited at all. I do not like how close I'm coming to dying. Fighting some really, really basic 100 corruption shit. Just looking at how much I've put into my defenses and how much of my stats are based on my defenses. The fact that I just kind of get my butt kicked, even on 100 corruption, is really disheartening. I want to go chase the loot lizards, but I'm afraid to. Afraid they'll bring me into a situation that I can't deal with. Like that one just spawned a boom thing. If I had just been chasing it, kept chasing it. Ooh, I tell you what, thank God for that auto sigil cast. I literally would have died like 3 times already just in this map if it wasn't for that thing. Maybe more. Heck, maybe 3 times in just that one fight.
Stand down or die.
What really gets me is I'm definitely doing significantly more damage than I was on my spin to winner. But I feel like my damage output is lower now, which doesn't really make any sense. I have higher damage per ignite and higher ignite chance. And I'm putting significantly more ignites on everything. Ooh, level 82, heyo. Oh no, the Zest Diamond Matron. This is absolutely insanity. Ooh. Ooh. Right. This has poison resist. I need a glyph of despair. If I can despair off this poison resist, that'll max that poison resist. And then I can max out the other here. Now, attunement isn't exactly what I'm hoping for, but I will take the attunement. That just helps with all of my casting. All of my healing, all that stuff. So let's gear that up to 4. Just in preparation. Cooldown recovery is nice as well, because that'll help me get my sigils back faster. That's a good boot right there. Just need to get a glyph of despair, so I need to start focusing up on some glyphs. Make a despair off. Oh gosh, that's gonna be so good. Gonna be so good. Oh no, it's this dude. Oh, we got it. Okay.
Cannot do that.
This is ridiculous. I honestly can't even believe that we're just not dead all the time. This is great.
I cannot do that.
Oh, you know what? I got a level I gotta put on. That's 12 more base HP. What am I doing to myself? Goodness gracious. What am I doing to myself? Running around without the absolute most possible defenses I could have at that given moment. What is going on with this person? Oh, this is the Emerald Assassin. Okay. It's like, why is there a teleporty person in my life? Go away. I don't want it. Oh, she's got such a small hitbox, too. I'm not getting any ignites on her. I gotta move like slightly away if I'm right up next to her, and she teleports literally just like inside of me. Trying to hit her with as many of these as I can. I should be able to get up to 300 ignites. It's obviously not happening here. I mean, when I got her down to 50%, she should have technically been dead. Small hitbox, which is a huge bummer for the hammers. Because the hammers are so good.
I cannot do that.
Mana back. Fire Caverns. Ready. Hey, we cleared it though. There's that HP, baby. Damage over time, void damage could be good for a void build. A low health roll, if it's a good armor roll. Chance to ignite, increased fire damage. That's decent. Alright. How's this one versus this one? Chance to ignite, increased fire damage. This chance to ignite is max. Fire damage is real weak sauce. This one would give me another 21% fire damage. 5% less chance to ignite. I feel like the damage is more important than the 5% chance to ignite. Because that's 5 damage per ignite, which is actually... Do we have any glyphs? Okay, if we go through this one, we can get some glyphs. Just looking for a glyph of despair to get that poison off. Because we can't wear that extra boot. Oh, I gotta... What more nemesises? Nemesi. Are maxed on cold damage, so we should get just as much damage reduction as we can possibly get here against these. Fine. I don't need the void resist, so I probably won't actually craft on that. Oh no. Door of the Crafter. This is the one that just almost got me on that last one. Although I think it was more the Diamond Matrons. This is Profane Champion. I think it got buff. It's pretty hurty. Owie. Night chance and block effects. It happened really quickly, and it happened pretty recently, but I'm starting to turn into one of those gamers who's just like, F the hard content. I'm just gonna go chill where I'm super OP and powerful. Kill the easy enemies. Like, I want to go back to the unempowered monoliths and just go annihilate stuff. Not have to worry about dying. Give me a glyph of despair. Despair? What's despair? There is no despair. Gotta be hitting things or I don't gain back health. In my brain, it's always Hermito. That's how I. That's how I hear those. And it's like a me, like a Hermito instead of a Hermito. Like whenever somebody's mad at Naruto in the animes, they're always like Naruto. That's what I hear it as. Yeah, but it's like a long O, like Hermito. Like you're holding that O. Although I could be wrong. That might not be what Zero Gravy intends at all. That's what it sounds like in my head.
Drat underscore says Hermy too.
Well, there you go. The game thinks it's Hermy 2. Hermy 2. Give me a despair. You suck. Alrighty. Time for a little food. Be right back.
Skoski says then I will take this time to enlighten you all with some smiley face emoji, 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 smiley face emoji.
All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're back. Up, Lighted? Having a little rice today. Hmm. Well, hello and good night then. Yeah, I do have wireless headphones. I did hear all the smiley face emojis, Skoski. Mm. Oh, come on, Blighted. It's funny. I honestly kind of like it. Like having the wireless headphones and having the TTS. Because I always feel a little disconnected from the stream when I get up to go eat or whatever. I like that, people feel like that's a good time to put in a funny joke or something like that. And then it gives me something to come back and talk about a little bit while I eat my food. Yeah, well, so my wireless headphones are just headphones. I have a mic on a boom. And I like it that way because it means I can't accidentally leave myself unmuted and like go to the restroom and y'all hear me like taking a leak or something. Stuff like that used to happen when I used to do community theater. You'd mic up the principals, and then one of them would inevitably leave their mic on and go to the bathroom in the middle of their show. Yeah, I think it's great, but it doesn't just say smiley face emoji. It'll say all of the emojis. So, like, I love that you're having fun with the smiley face, but, like, for example, the name that I gave my emoji on Twitch is Aloha Raptor. So it says whatever the name of the emoji is. So if you put in my emoji in the TTS, it'll, I assume, say Aloha Raptor. And I'm going to start naming any other emojis that I might make. I'm going to try and find some interesting names for them just because of that. Because it'd be fun to have the TTS say funny names.
Mr. Blighted says survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive.
So I need to figure out what that 172 is.
Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172 Alahoraptor survive 172.
Yeah, I need to. I'm actually going to go try and fix that right now.
172 Alahoraptor survive 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 172 Alahoraptor.
All right. In the emotes here. All right, we're in the emotes here. So I named it Aloha Raptor, but it wanted to name something else. So how do I edit this? Survive 172 Aloha Raptor. Doesn't seem like it's gonna let me edit. Might have to like delete it and replace it. Let's go in here. Oh no, yeah, you can't get rid of the Survive 172. Yeah, it's automatically at the beginning of the name. That sucks. Yeah, we'll see you later, Mr. Blighted. Thanks again for stopping by, saying what's up. That's really too bad. That makes me very sad. All right, let's get back into this here. We got a lot of ground to cover. We've got a lot of improvements to make on our build. Really need a two-handed weapon with ignite chance and fire damage.
Cannot do.
Oh no. Gotta kill the vengeful incubated silk of rampancy. Die, nerd. Okay, so there's a really, really old turn-based RPG game. And there's a character who says a line when you kill him the first time. It's a boss pretty early in the game. And the line is, if you defeat me, still won't beat me. Beware the flood. Has anybody ever played that game?
I cannot do that. Stand down or die. I cannot do that.
There's also a song in this game that goes. Hey, we cleared it. Alright. Give me my glyph of despair so that I can wear my new boots. It's all I want out of life. I will be so thrilled. Bum 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 now. Bum 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 bum. Profane wand of stillness. Oh. Slaying enemies to lure out an ambush. Getting it. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. No, still no glyph of despair. I need a glyph of despair. Alright, we got tier 5 necrotic resist, so we actually don't need necrotic resist if we've got tier 5 on here. Also have percent health, so let's just see. Don't have a lot of forging potential. Up to tier 5 health. On this other belt, we have tier 2 increased fire damage and tier 2 elemental. Elemental over time is going to give us the highest value, so we're going to start with that. Nice. Take it all the way to 5 for me. Alright, now we're going to throw fire damage in here. Okay, we're only going to get 1 for it, but this is a way better belt than we currently have, right? Because we don't need that physical resist. That off, we go to character. Now, movement speed goes up, damage goes up by 30. We're actually up to 400 damage now for Ignite. We can now put this on. Well, not quite. We still need the necrotic damage, or the necrotic resist. That was a nice little upgrade. Let's go ahead and put stuff away here. This out, because we're still working on it. Lifts over this way with some rings. We are pretty good on our rings. One of our rings could be a little better. Pretty good on them. Really, just this boot is the last thing that I'm really concerned about. I would like to use up the legendary potential on this Ami. So we are definitely going to be looking for either an ignite chance or a health. I don't know what I should go for first. Since I only have one, obviously I want to get another version of that same amulet with more legendary potential. Since I just have the one legendary potential now, should I, get more damage over time? Should I get, an additional ignite chance? Should I get just health? I don't really know where my head's at. I think damage might be the thing I'm lacking the most right now. It's hard for me to tell sometimes. I think a lot of people would say that my DPS is something that I'm missing a lot on right now. But those people also tend to play characters where they can dodge stuff a little better, and they just are capable of dodging a little more than I am. And so playing to their standards is probably a bad idea. Catapult's belt of the leather or of the ox. It's a hybrid health. And a % increased health. Ooh, that's kind of good. Gosh, I hate this Phoenix. I see, so that's what's doing it. So I'm getting some sort of a crazy burn from the Phoenix whenever I'm in that explosion. So even though I can shield the explosion, it seems like I still get the damage over time. And that's what's causing me so much problem against that Phoenix. So I might have no choice but to dodge. Which is going to make me quite unhappy. Here we go. An exalted loot lizard. Hey, 2 glyphs of despair, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, loot lizard. See, here we go. I want this real bad. 197% chance to ignite on hit. Now I really need a 1 or a 1 LP version of the unique mace I want. I'll put that on there, right meow. Right meow. Alright, so let's go in here and let's Glyph of Despair that poison. I still need 20 product resist, which I really don't want to put on, right? Like, I would way rather slap another health on there. I also kind of want this to be vitality instead of attunement. We may work on that after we get this necrotic on here. All right, we're just going to do the smart thing. We're going to max out the resist. Oh, and we maxed out the attunement. So we got all tier 5s here. So now what are some options? Oh, nice. Rune of Creation duplicates the item, reduces the forging potential of both the original and the copied. Okay. So I'm actually going to use this. At some point, I'm going to make a banger version of this ring. And I'm going to use that. But what can I do? What are these boots missing? 28 of 32% cooldown recovery and 13 of 14% movement speed. So those are actually pretty decent rolls. Our movement speed in there is a little low. Health roll is really low. Our necrotic resistance is low and our poison resistance is low. So let's actually re-roll. Re-rolls the value of all the affixes. 126 is great. We've lost an attunement, but that's fine. We're up to 18% movement speed. That's max. We boosted the necrotic resistance, which we really didn't need to do. And then we lost, or actually we kept the same poison. We gained an extra like 25 health there. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so max necro, almost max poison. We're 13 off lightning. We still need a new belt. I mean, we're mostly kind of in a good spot here. From here, we need to look for getting some levels up. And we need to look for some specific items that are of an extremely high quality. Right, because this is kind of where we're going to be at for a minute. I don't really need that shield or that amulet, but whatever. Let's see. This is a pretty high tier thing here. Shred armor, increase armor shred effect. Ooh. Oh, that's probably a pretty good quiver. Yo, I've been having a really hard time talking today. I am losing it. Gain 4 stacks of crystal wind per second while moving, and 4 stacks when you evade. Max 8. Directly using a bow attack consumes up to 4 stacks of crystal wind. Deal 14% more damage per stack. My god. 75% chance to slow bosses and rare enemies on hit per stack of Crystal Wind consumed. 5% chance to petrify other enemies on hit per stack of Crystal Wind consumed. 8% increased movement speed, 7% increased cooldown recovery speed for evade. It's actually pretty cool. We're going to challenge this thing. I picked up some health potions. There we go. And we got a shield. Riley's right. Increased fire damage. Less fire damage taken on block. Fire resistance. Plus 1 to judgment. Increased healing effectiveness. Interesting. Interesting. Again, probably not something I'm going to use on this character. The increased fire damage is great, but I don't think I really need to worry about reducing the amount of fire damage I take. I've got max resistances already. Any more fire resistance is just kind of a meh. And I don't even know if I can get rid of my fire resistance at this point. Paladin is just so good at getting fire resist. Or Sentinel, I guess. I'm not a Paladin, I'm a Forge Guard, but just so good.
Stand down or die.
I used my shield. Twice in a row. Yeah, got up to 340. All right, let's take a peek at some more idols here. So the other thing is I also have some cemeteries that for some Weaver echoes that I could place down in here. And that's honestly something I need to start doing. I am only at the 100 corruption mark, but even at 100 corruption, you really are getting some pretty decent stuff.
Stand down or die.
Ooh, yeah. I love these arena ones. They're so much fun. I don't understand, though, why I'm having such a hard time finding another one of these chance to cast smite idols. Like, I was finding them all over the place when I first started. Now they're like nowhere to be found. Something else is I feel like I need to look into some stuff. Let's take a look at past Epoch Wiki. No, this isn't what I want. I want the tools. Last Epoch tools. Then let's go to items. Then let's go to shields. I want to see all the unique shields and just see if there's any that really have a ton of block chance or a ton of defensive stats that I could then maybe get an LP or two on. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting. So this isn't something I want for this build, but there's a unique called the Coral Aegis that gives a huge chance to shock attackers, but also gives plus 1% block chance per shock on the attacker. Now, if you were doing like lightning javelins or something like that with the Forge Guard, um, with the shield, the the Sentinel usually changes all of their fire stuff into lightning. So you'd probably spec into ignites and fires, and then switch it to lightning on the actual skill tree for javelin. But then if you shocked the enemy a bunch, you could have some huge block chance without really needing to invest in it. Because as we've seen, I mean, I'm getting 300 um, ignites. You wouldn't get that many shocks necessarily, but I mean, if you get 50 shocks, this thing already has 23% block chance. Just be blocking everything. That would be really cool. Ooh, see, now here's kind of what I want, is the Countenance of Majasa. 35% block chance, so it's a unique Iron Glass shield. So it's like one of the ones that I'm already using. But it gives 35% of block effectiveness, applies to damage over time, as if it had been blocked. So that's not even saying that your block chance, like you have to actually block it. I think that's just all damage over time. So I have pretty decent block effectiveness, and I could get more. Right, I could just add a tier 7 block effectiveness to this with a 1 LP and get, a whole bunch more. So that would be really cool. And it's a petrify. It has like a stun every time you block or every time anything's facing you. So that's kind of cool. Here's something that's going to give just a bunch more block chance, up to total 55 base block chance. A lot of increased armor, that's nice. Every 3 seconds if you're on high health, you lose 25% of your current health and gain the Apocalypse buff for 3 seconds. The only effects of the Apocalypse buff are the ones listed on this item. Uh, 70% increased void damage during Apocalypse, 70% melee critical strike multiplier during Apocalypse. Well, don't really want that Apocalypse thing, so that doesn't really seem. Yeah, so I think probably the one I want is the Countenance of Majasa. We'll just keep our eyes for that. And try and get a bunch more block effectiveness on it. That'll be cool. And then I want to go back to the two-handed maces, and I want to look at this mace that I was thinking about before. Yeah, Torch of the Failing, or the Pontifex. So it's kind of like a necro thing, but it has a 170% chance to ignite. It has 170% increased fire damage over time. It increases your fire damage taken by 13%, but then you cremate enemies you kill, burning enemies around them. You have a 10% chance to summon a burning skeleton for 10 seconds when you cremate an enemy. Those things aren't necessarily great, but just triggering another burn is nice. So, yeah, I think as just kind of a baseline, because it's going to give so much extra fire damage over time and so much extra ignite, if I could just rock a 2 LP version of that, with again some more ignite and fire damage over time, then I think we'd be pretty good. And because I can use that in one hand with a shield, I feel pretty good about that. And I don't think the Pontifex thing is very rare. I've already seen a couple of them this season. I haven't kept any of them, unfortunately, because apparently I'm an idiot. But if I could snag a 2 LP version of that, that'd be pretty dope. Definitely want that Countenance of Majasa, though. That's probably a pretty rare shield. Themed on the higher end. But that's fine. We'll find one. I'm a lucky SOB. We'll get what we want. But now that I feel quite a bit more comfortable, honestly, I think that today we have made some pretty serious improvements to our build. We're doing a lot more damage. We're up to 429 now damage per ignite with almost 500% chance. A little over 430% chance to ignite. We got tons of ignites going on. We're almost to 2k HP. We've got almost all of our resistances maxed. We got tons of armor, tons of bonuses, tons of block, tons of effectiveness. Like, I just feel strong right now. So we're going to just try and pass some levels. Level 80 is not, or level 82 is not the level we want to be in to be pushing corruption. I'm sure there are people out there who can. I'm sure there are people out there who did. And they were farming like 500 corruption in level 85. Going ham, getting crazy. That doesn't even surprise me at all if that were true. I am not one of those people, however. So we're going to sit here where I know I can win. At least most of the time. Not have to run away all that often, because I'm bad at it. And yeah, we're just gonna build our character up a little bit right here.
I cannot do that.
I've never seen this unique before. Static Shell. Chance to shock attackers. More armor against shocked enemies. More lightning damage to shocked enemies. Chance to gain 15 static charges when hit. Chance to cast static when hit. That's cool. Do I want to replace any of these things? This is not a terrible shield. Not really great for me. But it's not a terrible shield. And if it got some really good bonuses, I could see it being insane shield for me. So we're going to empower that shield and just see what happens. Sometimes you just gotta throw some shit at the wall and see what sticks. Had to itch my nose, I almost lost it. Standing out there in the open, not hitting any enemies with my stuff to heal. So you die right there. This is my jam right here. Spinny hammers of doom.
Stand down or die. Stand down.
Let's get this unique.
Stand down or die. Stand down or die. Stand down or die.
Really should not have checked that mid-fight, especially since I should have known what it was. But I had already forgotten. That definitely could have ended badly. But hey, we hit level 83. That's real nice. And get some more HP here. Make me feel very good about myself. Hmm.
Stand down or die.
Confusing that it's still telling me to slay the enemies to locate the unstable rifts. Even though it's showing me the unstable rifts right here on my screen. They have been located, dog. We done found them. Dark Odachi of Stillness. Oh, I never. There must have still been one. That's funny. I should have known. It didn't give me a green portal. Now I'm gonna have to totally redo this whole level. What an idiot. We are so close to 2k HP.
Stand down or die.
I am really enjoying all of these portal charms that I'm getting. Gonna make getting even more of my stuff done much easier. I do need to look into what other dungeons I might need to fight though. Like I want to go into the dungeon that allows you. Ooh, wow, that guy hit me so hard that he just made me use my shit. That dude's scary. But I want to go in and I want to get the affix shards off of my set items because they're so good. I want to try out that mechanic a little. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get something that has a good exalted affix, like I don't know, vitality or strength or something that we still want on the item, but not necessarily the exalted tier version. And then we're going to use the thing that switches the tiers. So we'll put one tier of the set affix, and then we'll use the runes that switch the tiers around. And that should be able to give us tier 7 of the set affixes. That's nice. 102% damage over time. Only a tier 6, but still. Since it's only a 1 legendary potential, I might just go ahead and slam that onto my amulet. Spicy bento. Hermit, if minions are your weapon and hammer and all that, why does minions have a health like some gear says increased minion health? That's funny. Wrong account. It's okay, I know you are. Gravy. I love how all of your names are food related. So your minions do have health. Like, so my hammers are not minions. These hammers are thrown skills. So these hammers don't have health. This is just a thrown skill that I've got whirling around me. But these shields right here are minions. And you'll actually see if you have a minion, they appear up here in the left. And when there's only one of them of a type, their health bar actually shows up here. So all minion types do in fact have health bars. So you have to level up their health so they don't die. Unless you want them to die. There are some builds where when your minions die, They like explode and do damage, or they heal you. And so it's good to have the minions dying. We got a bunch of stuff in there. Do 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 do. Yes, the lightning coming down from the sky is in fact smite. It's actually fire on me. You can change it to lightning, but for now it's fire. And it's happening because I have an idol that gives me a 20 something % chance to cast smite on hit with throwing attacks. So the hammers are a throwing attack, and they hit a ton of times, and there's a ton of hammers. And so every time they hit, there's like a 1 in 5 chance that they'll cast a smite, and they can cast that smite 10 times every 2 seconds at a maximum. Which is why I don't have a 100% chance. It used to be an infinite number. Way back when the skills first dropped, and this used to be like an insanely powerful build because of it, because you could just smite everything a bajillion times, because you could get a 100% chance on hit to drop the smite. Oh yeah, the sword. The sword of flatness or something. Love that sword. Using the shit out of that sword. That's on melee hit though, specifically. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, no, that's a super good early game weapon. Can easily carry you through at least 2 monoliths, if not through the first tier of monoliths. Smite is also a heal, so I don't know how close you're getting to your enemies, but if you stand next to the enemy that gets smited, then Smite will also heal you, which is super good. Well, there you go. The hammer circling around me is called hammer throw, but I've got it. I've leveled it up in certain ways that make it rotate around me. Normally, it just throws out one hammer, and that hammer goes out and comes back. But there are some skill points that you can take up to the left that make it circle you and then start following you as you move around. And so I added all those points so that it did this. And then there's some points kind of up to the right that give it additional hammers when you throw it. So I throw 3 hammers at a time, and they circle around me. And then I did a bunch of stuff to reduce its mana cost, so that I can do it for a really long time. And it's a really good skill. Yeah, absolutely. Hammer throw is great. It's like I said, it's not nearly as good as it used to be. It doesn't seem like, because you don't get the infinite smiting that we used to get. But it's still a very good skill, and it's still very fun. Oh no! Holy Wall has just died at number 66 on the ladder. I'm sorry, Holy Wall. My sentinel brother, you have fallen. What classes are the people in the top of the race? They're all paladins. Pretty much every single one of them is playing paladin. They're playing Judgment, the skill Judgment. The person who won the hardcore solo self-found race was playing a Judgment Pally.
Too heavy.
But that dog just almost beat my ass.
Too heavy.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. Take it nice and slow on the first one, and bam, bam, bam.
Too heavy.
Plus 1% melee poison chance per 1% uncapped fire resistance. Interesting. Ooh, chance to poison on hit with fire skills. Too bad my skill isn't a fire skill. Increase poison damage per stack, increase fire damage per stack. This is interesting. Because you can get these bonuses. I wish it told you what the affix shard you were going to get was in here on the set item. Less poison damage taken. Jeez. That's fairly interesting. If that shield gives the less poison damage taken, it might be worth to put that onto an item.
Stand down or die.
That was quick and easy. Nice. A dig. Get a loot of lightning damage and resistance gear. Don't really use it. That's fine. You ain't gotta use it. Use those shattering runes. Break it down into shards. One day you might need it. Best thing about this game is all the characters you'll make. Alright, what do we got here? Well, that's already... Oh, no, it's not. Like multiplier, damage over time, phase resist, poison resist. 48% of added critical strike multiplier converted to physical penetration with bleed. 48% of added critical strike multiplier converted to poison penetration with poison. Interesting. Salt to the wound. Just gonna challenge this and see what extra item we get here. I don't really like any of that. Right, body armor, Titan heart. Nice. So this is actually a pretty cool little weapon here. especially because it says 15% less damage taken while wielding a two-handed melee weapon. And the reason that's important to me is because I can wield two-handed melee weapons in one hand. So again, Titan Heart, very good for the Forge Guard. If you were doing maybe a Warpath Ignite, I could definitely see rocking the Forge or the Titan Heart. And in fact, Warpath Ignite may just end up being better. I think we could pivot pretty easily to that though, because the item build is still fairly similar. We wouldn't be doing the smites as much, but honestly, I think that might be kind of a good thing. We could just get rid of any smite support that we have, and then throw on a different skill. Actually, I know exactly what we would do. I don't know. There's all kinds of crazy shit to do in this game. Just looking at all the different ways that you could do ignites as a paladin. Is ward helpful? So far, my health has been good enough to sustain me. So ward is something that a lot of other classes use. The paladin, not so much. He doesn't have a lot of passive abilities that benefit ward. There are some shields and stuff that can give you like some ward on block, and they can do really, really well early and into the mid game. There's a Weaver's item that gives ward on block, for example, a shield. And I like it, and I like to use it. But, they're not necessarily the most useful thing for us into the late game. Usually the Sentinel classes get by through lots and lots of HP or lots and lots of defensive. Let's just go on in here.
Stand down or die.
Yeah, I don't think all of the race slots have been won so far. Honestly, I'm having trouble getting any information about the race, though. Like, at all. So I'm going to keep going until I know that the race is over. And then I'll probably start playing just some softcore and just push some characters to endgame, try and get some better gear and stuff like that. But no, I don't really have any flippin' idea whether or not the race is still going on. The communication about the race has been utterly abysmal. Loves his to death, but holy cow, dude. I have no idea what's going on. And I think that just has made, for a lot of people to not really be interested. You know, if there was some sort of a leaderboard somewhere, or, you know, they tried to do it all through the in-game leaderboards and stuff like that. And, you know, they had a whole website set up to announce the thing. They could have just added another page to that website where you could click to see which rewards had been claimed. Bingo bango. Done. And then just manually update that shit. Like, whatever. Whatever you gotta do, man. Oh, speaking of which, I just got a notification on Zizarin's. Oh. Looks like it might be over. Because this says the first community race was crazy. So maybe it's over. It has been a couple of days since the first person beat it, and everybody basically just re-rolled and made a carbon copy of that person's character. It's actually kind of sad. Everybody was complaining, like, there's only one class that can even beat it. You just have to be a Judgment Pally. No other way. Ooh, I'm gonna die. Are there no health potions anywhere back here? You can't be serious. There's no way I used up all the health potions. I think you're lying to me. Whatever, I'm actually gonna watch this video real quick and see what happened. Yeah, I am categorically opposed to following the meta. I will not do it. It's on Zizarin's Discord, yeah. Okay. Well, that was fun to watch. Yeah, it looks like it's definitely over, and that all the prizes have been claimed. Alack and alas.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult one. I would still like to be able to take down Uber Aberoth on hardcore, but more than anything, I assume that stuff like this will start happening with each patch now. So I want to make sure that I continue to play this game, even if I don't always stream it, just to keep my practice up. Maybe learn some builds, maybe learn some different classes, so that maybe I can be a bigger part of the next race. A couple of days at least, if I don't die. I still have to clear all 9 of the 10 harbingers and push to 500 corruption. So yeah, it's probably at least 2 or 3 days for me, if not more. It took 3.5 days, a little over 3 days, for the first person to kill Uber Aberoth. So it will easily take me twice that long. This is the 3rd day I've had this character, I think. Maybe the 2nd. No, I think this is the 3rd day I've had this character. And I haven't been playing as hard. You know, the first couple of days we were playing like 20 hours a day. I definitely have not done that. Hmm. Should I go put this? I think I should go slam this amulet. Heck yeah, get it. Enjoy your run. I actually think we're going to call the stream here. I have been super distracted. We're not really making any progress here. I got up on time today. Then the game was not on. Um, yeah. So thanks everybody for coming by, saying what's up. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll probably be playing Last Epoch again because I'm having really a lot of fun with it, and this character's still alive. So might as well make some progress. But yeah, hope everybody has a great day. Gravy, enjoy your run, and I'll see you all later on. Bye bye now.